Okay. Hello, Mazed. How you doing? All right. What are we missing? Headphones. That's what we're missing. Huh? I just ran up to get my headphones. How you doing? Figure something out on what we're gonna do with this thing. I think if we put our heads together, we can come up with something that will win those people over. I think that's a good idea. All right. Okay. Anyway, have fun, whatever you're doing, and I'll see you when you later. Yeah. Okay. Cheers. Bye. All right then. Okay, sorry, I had to deal because being a parent in this day and age comes with a lot of bullshit. Whoops. Fuck you, other parents. Okay, you guys are shit. All right, you guys, you keep giving your kids social media access, and you're just fucking it up for the rest of us, right? If you give your kid Snapchat, fuck you. Okay, don't do that. Right? You have no idea what's going on. You have no idea about the amount of bullying and stupid things going on there, okay? The other day I heard about one kid that has a second sneaky Snapchat account, which has been like lying about her age, and well, you can imagine why you would do that, right? So no, the bullying is insane. Yeah, no, I mean, seriously, right? If you're a parent and you give your kid Snapchat, go fuck yourself, okay? You are part of a massive problem, and you're only doing it because either you're too dumb to know what you've just given your kid, or you are letting your kid win. Your kid is allowed to whine and complain, and you just want to be left alone, right? That's bad parenting either way, right? There we go. Audio desynced. Okay, let's fix that. Do as USB reset 004 002. No, 3. Yep. And let's see where that one ended up. Okay, where did you go? Camera, there you are. Whoops. All right. Is that better? Or is it still desynced? Shit, that's not it, right? Ah, I did not want to start that. Yes, okay, excellent. Not enough cake, Abu. You gotta give it more, right? Otherwise it's going nowhere. All right, let's go live on what the hell is this? Discord, right? Bum bum ba da dum ba ba da da do na da da do ba da 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 da. Here, Twitch and YouTube. You know the URL by now. There we go, right? Yum tea. Okay, right. Well, you know what? I'm not in focus mode, so we're gonna take that down. Boop. And okay, let's figure out this thing, right? I do not, Nelson. I am very, very like that. The only sport I'm interested in are the ones that I'm really good at. Yeah, sorry, Armadan. I was mucking about with things. I started streaming, but just as I was coming down here with my whatever it is, I have headphones, my wife called me. What sports are you good at? No sports, Abu. What the fuck do you think I'm doing here on Twitch, man? Competitive sarcasm, thank you. When again, I'll make them myself, Ramadan. I should probably put the there's not a lot of work in this thing. If you have a vinyl cutter, they are very easy to make. Well, not easy, still take an hour or whatever to make them, but they are not prohibitively difficult to make if you have a vinyl cutter. If you don't have a vinyl cutter, then you are right. Good morning, Temporis. How you doing? Hello, Enrico. How you been? How's the holiday plans going? How's it going? Hello, Caleb. How you doing? Like racket sports, especially badminton and squash, but it's been a while since I played. I used to play badminton, right? They had this place up. They had a badminton place up in a small town between where I lived and where I work called Radlett, and they had a badminton place there. And I would go there with my co-workers. They're like, let's go and play badminton. And I was like, okay, I'll come. And these guys were like seriously good. And I was not. And they did not hold back. They just destroyed me. And I'm like, well, this was fun. Let's not do this again. Whoops. Boop. So yeah, Enrico, I have my next project is drawing outside. So what I figured out is the mix that I make is quite weak because I take away the pebbles and stuff because I don't want it to look like your bloody tarmac. I want it to look like something else, right? But it's quite weak. But that means that it's more susceptible for sanding. So I have tried to shape the next one a little bit, but I'm gonna make a new one. I'm gonna make 2 ones, and I have some experiments I want to try with the next batch as well. So I have to design something new now, right? No, but I am using a Bosch sander, an old Bosch sander that I just hold against the mold, and it will vibrate and get rid of most of the bubbles and stuff like that, right? Busy signing documents and spending too much money for utilities and so on. Well, there you go, Caleb. Welcome to adulthood, right? You are now fucked for life. Anyway, some sort of new video game? Yes. No, so it's really difficult to take pictures of this, Enrique, because it's very, very dusty. I have like a full respirator and hazmat suit when I'm doing this, right? I have like a whole white coverall and a respirator when I'm dealing with all the concrete stuff, because it gets dust, there's dust everywhere, right? And now I started doing it outside. So I just don't want to go near it within technology, right? And I don't love taking pictures with my phone. It's like, it's kind of shit. Phone pictures suck, right? But I thought about, maybe, since I have a little corner over there, maybe I should set something up and take some pictures of the stuff that I make. But we're going to design something new shortly, right? But I'm vibrating and then resting. I can't take pictures. No, I totally can, right? It's nothing other than laziness, right? 100% lazy. So I do the sanding until today. Today I've set up a station outside, but I would do the sanding in the workshop, and then the whole room is just covered in dust. So mixing, pouring, and then when it's poured, it's just dirt. There's no point to taking pictures of that. It's just dirt and muck everywhere, right? And then take it out and sand it, and it's still like dirty and mucky, and there's no point cleaning up the space so you can sand. And once you've sanded, it's dirt everywhere. So instead of doing anything, like, so once I've done that, I'm gonna take my gloves off, my hazmat suit, my respirator, and I put it in a place. I've closed the door, and I don't go in there again until next time I'm gonna do something with it. So it's pure laziness that I don't go and fetch a phone to take pictures, right? Nothing else. But I should. It's only like, if only I had like a camera or something that I could use to take pictures, all right, of these things, that would be even better, right? But there's no way I'm taking that thing into some kind of dust parlor, man. That ain't gonna happen. All right, so we need to do a little bit of trickery here. Okay, nope. That was not what I wanted to do. Are we gonna do flyer flocks here? And I'm so angry right now, right? Like I'm raging on all the shit parents at school. Like they are so stupid and short-sighted that I just don't believe it, right? I can't believe you are that short-sighted. Okay, anyway, I3 resize command. That's what I want. Because I'm going to set this up once and for all. Blah, 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 blah. All right, let's do this. I3 message. What? Help. All right, ChatGPT, help me. ChatGPT, help me. I want to resize my i3 windows from the command line, and you are supposed to not be shit at finding things. Come on, man. Stupid. Yeah, it's the modern age, right? All right, let's have a look. Resize, grow with 10 or shrink height 10. Okay, so that's what we need, right? So I3 message. I should do. Okay, so I3 message. But I want to Y combinator. Okay, resize, grow with 10px. Success. So this is just gonna, but I want fixed size, right? More. No, stop. Okay, you know what? I will fuck you. All right, so let's go with resize, and let's find if there's a grow somewhere. Set. That's what we're looking for, right? Set with 300. Whoops. 900. Okay, 1200. That seems about right though. Right. Config fish. No, we're gonna go local bin. Touch resize for stream with concept. Okay, we don't have to say that. Resize for stream, and then we are going to bin i3 message resize set with 1200 and then we'll do a height of, I don't know, like 900 maybe. Schmod resize. Okay, can we now resize for stream? Damn, that is some kind of progress, right? Let's go with 1900 then. I am very small. Help. All right. 1600. Oh. That is also very small. Okay, let's just try here. Set height 8 16 12. I'll try to get rid of the black border there, okay? 13. We're getting closer. 14 now. So we're this binary search the game. 50. I think we got it. 1350 it is. 1350. There we go. Right. So whenever I fuck this up again, bam, we're back on track. There we go. Have I done reinstall? I have. Cause didn't you already have a script for this? I did. Did you get pwned by the earthing? Yes, I did. Well, I don't know how effective that was, but there was ALVR. I had ALVR installed, and that was on the list of naughty packets. So I uninstalled everything on my computer, and then here we are. Good morning, Gabman. Yep. How you doing? The Lemon Goblins stole the script, yeah. They took it and ran with it. Okay. So, yeah. So I had an enlightening idea yesterday. I reached enlightenment yesterday. The window manager, of course, right? Some of you are old enough to remember that. That looked so cool back in the day, right? Enlightenment window manager. It was fucked, man. It did not work to save your beans, but it looked so good, man. Every Linux riser's dream, right? Uninstall power, really. So this is the thing, though, Templars. I thought I was gonna do the same thing. Let's just use make package, right? Let's not use an AR helper until I realized that there are some things that I depend on that has like 5-10 AUR dependencies, and those AUR dependencies might have AUR dependencies. It's a bit wonky, right? Blackbox was way cool. Blackbox, OpenBox, Fluxbox, all the cool boxes, Christopher, right? We were just drowning in box back in the days, man. To be young and full of beans. Okay. Right. So, what was I talking about? Yeah, my path to enlightenment, right? Yesterday, I had an idea. I realized that how we managed to implement tile maps and all the other bullshit was because we implemented it for a game, right? So today we're gonna come up with a game idea. I say we, but I mean me, because all your ideas are copyright protected by me, and they're terrible. So instead, you are out there giving Snapchat to your kids, right? I can't stress this, okay? Maybe that should be my next t-shirt. Fuck you for giving Snapchat to your kid, right? So next idea is going to be something where we can implement the multiplayer stuff for, and we're going to do this in the project, not in Joy. So we can then move it from the project to Joy if it makes sense, okay? And that is the important thing. Oh, the same thing for Collision, right? Zero Zero multiplayer, that's already a thing, Enrico. That's 002. Also, I told you it's a terrible idea. You have a terrible idea, right? You're a terrible person with terrible ideas. I don't know. Stop giving Snapchat to your kids, Enrico. Or a phone at all. Yeah, I think the phone thing, you are not going to escape that. But we do. Today is Wednesday, by the way. If you didn't know this, it was news to me because, you know, life. But we have phone free. So today, when my kid comes home from school, she puts her phone away and is not coming back out until tomorrow. So we do that once a day. And then Saturday and Sunday, we turn the routers off and the modems. Bing, 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 bung, bung, bung. We turn that off between 6 in the morning and 1 o'clock, right? Only up to 11 on Sundays, because otherwise my family might destroy me. But yeah, no, we're doing this more and more. We're adding more and more things here to reduce that. You can't just take the phone away from your kids, because that's just brutal. That's like all their social interactions and stuff they have right now. But you can definitely reduce that. I noticed this though, when I ask parents, I'll be like, do you have like reduced phone time for your child? If they don't have it, they look guilty. They know that they fucked up somewhere, and they're like, we try nothing. Your kids just deciding everything, isn't it? Right? As it should be. It's Wednesday, my dudes. I'm gonna assume that's the Spider-Man thing, Temporis. The guy. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the book. No, we're not. There's no books here. Let's add W transport here. So cargo add W tran. You know, we're not going to add it there. Let's go into TOML here. And then we're going to load in some joy. Some net. No. We want some TOML files. Okay. Transport and server. Whoops. TOML transport. What in Transport Nation? Right. Second link. How learn Rust, bruh? Well, bruh, what you do, you tell me what it is that you want to learn with Rust, and maybe I can point you in a sensible direction. Bruh. Besides, can't we just go back to saying brasiers like we used to back in the 1950s? Well, that is my initial reaction. Read the book, but I'm going to have to assume at some point that everyone knows of the book. So the question is, why is the book not the first place where people start? Or maybe they don't know about the book, right? $300 a week for a Grifters course? Well, are you saying, Rensky, that I could be making $300 a week? Is that what you're saying? And here I've been giving it away on the street corner for free, like a pleb. I don't know. Who's in charge of marketing? I want to know. $5 a month to this stream for 0 to 100 in Rust. No, that would be terrible, right? I am, yes. That's nice for RTFM, right? But everyone learns differently, right? I don't know. I feel like I think about this every now and then. Would I want to do like a stream? We pick like one of you who wants to be on stream, who wants to learn Rust, and I teach Rust on stream. But I think I will get too annoyed doing that. Not with the person that I'm trying to teach Rust, but with everyone else who think they know about teaching but don't. I obviously know about teaching because I have a camera, but you don't because you probably don't even have a camera, right? Do you even microphone, bruh? It was that kind of bruh. Anyway, Okay. Whoops. Parse is optional. No optional for you. Tommel, not target. Optional. That's not true at all. There we go. Client. Bruh. How you doing today, Wixer? How you doing? Are you good? Should I have like a pleasant moment with you guys when we start streaming? So when I just take the piss, you don't feel like maybe you have to like flag yourself if you don't understand. You'd be like, "Hi, I'm incapable of understanding sarcasm or any form of low-key entertainment or lowest form of entertainment even. All right, so I need help." And then I won't talk to you, right? Because navigating that conversation would just be a nightmare, right? GLM 5.2 years dropped. I think that's another way of saying I have severe protective autism. Please don't joke around with me. Am I reading you right, Wixer? Is that what you're saying? It's some kind of internet lube, Enrico. You better not touch it though, right? It is not water-based. Okay, so what's the idea? We're gonna have to come up with some workflow for what this thing is going to do, so we can build some kind of stuff in there, right? The coronavirus strain. It's a strain that makes you into a Rust developer, right? Okay. It's the we're gonna have Bible camp and it's gonna be pray the Rust away now. The horror. My son's been borrow checking with other men. I don't know what to do. Have you tried praying the Rust away? Yes. Okay, but listen, all my nightmares are over. The last few days, I have had to stream and then run into the real world and interact. I've been in large groups of people. I have offended people, not on purpose. I have embarrassed my wife, not on purpose, but I think it was really funny. As I said to her, listen, you look back at this and you laugh, okay? I said something stupid to her old boss. Anyway, so all this thing, and I had to go to an event yesterday with my child, and I was standing next to someone with the wettest, most disgusting cough ever in a small confined space, and I'm thinking, dude, why don't you just fuck off back home, okay? Holidays are around the corner for everyone. Why the fuck would you bring that in here, you filthy bastard, right? But they have a right to exist as well as me. I should have just brought my hazmat suit. I'm gonna go and grab something, and then we're gonna write some code, okay? Okay. Good. Good. All right. Focus mode waiting room. Listen, I have not been this interacting with chat in forever. But I don't mind this. All right, this is fine. You guys are delightful. We still have some tea. I haven't even opened my coffee yet, right? I love this thing. This is, so far, I will rate this as a good purchase. You can barely fit half a cup of tea in here, but you can fit a double shot of espresso in there. Maybe we should start pronouncing it espresso instead, right? That we should wait for someone. Okay, we should wait for someone to turn up in chat who's like a real coffee fiend, And then I say espresso, and they will go, well, actually, it's. But then everyone starts agreeing with me. It's like, no, it's definitely espresso, right? And just completely wind them up, right? Just really go to town on it. The joy. There at some point we're gonna have to do this. Do I like you? I always like you, Akras. I always like you guys. I don't always like what you guys do, but that doesn't mean that I don't like you guys, right? There's like there's a distinction there, okay? I don't like everything that you do. Like when you are throwing rocks at me, don't like that, okay? When you're calling me names, don't like. Well, I guess that's fine, right? But yeah. It's all tickety-boo. Okay, I'm almost done with the tea. Almost. Don't rush it. So what are we gonna make? We're gonna make some. I guess what we could do is we could make a. I don't have. I'm a bit flat, Enrico. I'm sorry. Okay. Do you want like a cross-dressing redemption? Who's that for? Anyway. My lights aren't working. There we go. Have you tried smoked tea? Yes, it's called Lapsang Shuzong, some of it. There are alternatives to that, but that one is probably the most famous one. It's really, really nice. But to me, who's not a complete savage, or maybe I am, that's a winter tea, okay? You don't drink that on a warm day like today. You drink it on a cold day when you can wait for global warming. Okay, so... okay, right. Let's get going, shall we? Okay. What about as an initial scope, we just have two characters that can move around in an empty space, right? That seems like fun to me. Doesn't it seem like fun to you? So what do we need to get there? We would need to connect, be given an ID, and that's it. And then we're just gonna like send the positional stuff, right? Do you like the bag? What, the one you sleep in? I don't understand, Sherman Tank. You're gonna help me out here. The bag, the bean bag. I have a bean bag. I bought one this century, and I really like it. Okay. How do you smoke tea? All right, tell you what. Go and look on Wikipedia, okay? Here you go. Go read that. Okay, do you want some music maybe? YouTube's, you don't get that because I get in trouble. I have to take down my video. I don't have to take it down, but they sent, because I accidentally played a slice of audio there, and I got in trouble. Where are we going with this? We'll try this for a second, and then we're gonna move on to something else, right? That thing just makes me die. Okay. That's very empty now. Okay, then we have to finish this drink. But yeah. So let's see. Connect to a server. So you'll be like, "Hi, I'm here," and the server goes, "Okay," and then here's an ID. So we have some kind of session going. I think that's the right thing to do, right? So let's see. Yeah, probably with that, which says that they all suck, though, right? All right, you guys want things that don't suck. That's what you want. That's what you're telling me, okay? Here you go, then. This is for you. This is for you who want things that don't suck, okay? Okay, stop loading and saving the same thing over and over again. What do we need for this thing? We need to have a server and a client. The client needs to connect, and we're going to do all this in some kind of Tokyo monarchy. And then let's have a new source. Game rs pubstruct game and oh really X there. I didn't know. I didn't even realize that I was doing that. Yeah, but you're not getting 60 FPS there. I see you're getting 30, but I think that's okay. Interesting, right? No, you what? Implement scene for game. Use joy. Alright, and then shit. No, we were in the right place. Okay. Mod game. There we go. Right. So. Alright, we don't care about that. And this, that, and the other. I am so happy with the changes I made yesterday, though. That was a lot faster to make and a lot more productive than I thought it was going to be, right? I don't know what this thing is doing, so we're just going to get rid of that and probably that as well. We're going to start again here. Bum, bum, bum. What do we need? We need some shared stuff. Do we need shared stuff? Yeah, maybe we do, right? Okay, this coffee is probably going to be 6 billion degrees, right? Correct. Why, Thermos? Why do you keep it warm? Ah, that's why they... Okay. Anyway. Can we... No, so we have to... Can we add... oh, no, that's not how we're going to do this. Sorry, okay. Cargo, new, lib, shared. Oh, I love that. I hated it and then removed it immediately. It didn't add shared, did it? Oh, come on, man. And this has to be some cargo stupidity, right? Because everyone knows that this is how you're supposed to lay out your members, not in one fishy line like that, right? So if we do this now... Oh. Ugh. 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 It's like I want to quit and start programming C instead, right? Let's build the server first. Not source. Wait, that's the wrong one. No, it wasn't. Probably shouldn't call it server. I put all that in there. Okay. Okay, let's do this then. Let's move everything into its rightful place. Now we're breaking things left, right, and center. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. No warnings, no errors. You can do it, you know it. I know, Sand. It would never happen. Maybe we'll swap to C one day. Look at that. No errors, no warnings. You are watching peak software now. Now it's too cold. Okay, that's because we have no. All right. No. Maybe I should start again. No, because the builder was a right nightmare to make. We do want this. I had a feature. If I only would have read the error message sooner. If only I had read it sooner, right? I do, Meister. To not use Tmux will cause me physical pain, right? Grievous pain. Fuck you, language. Okay. We definitely want that. Okay. Right, so now I can start adding things to this. Do you guys want to be... No, you can't. Okay, never mind then. Tease. No connections. Is it singular? It is. There we go. What else do we have? You know what? Why was that so small? I must be using a different font. Shirts are cool. How's it going, D-boy? Are they cool though? Have you thought this through? What's in the mod? I guess this stuff should be in our lab instead. But no client, eh? No. Build and connection belongs here. Okay, what's a client in this case? We don't know, but we don't need it yet. Is soccer huge where you are right now? Is it all over right now? Yeah. But we call it football because it's a game you play where your feet touches the ball a lot, right? Who would have figured? And now someone has to tell us what soccer stands for. Okay, let's see. What do we do with our connection in here? We are keeping track of our connections. Should we do that? We don't even know what a connection is. Let's take that out for now. What the hell? Am I not in streamer mode where this thing should not interfere? Ah, you salty cod. What are you up to? Alright, you luck. But now it's been too long and disown you and you get to inherit nothing but herpes. There we go, right? Maintaining friendships. Are you guys doing as you should? Maintaining friendships? Oh wait, server builder is here. And it's empty. Every now and then you send an angry letter to a friend accusing them of being bad at staying in touch. That's all you have to do. I maintain my friendship with my computer. Listen, that's not a friendship. There is no consent, and you better clean that up, mate. It's unsavory. A computer, despite popular beliefs, is not a substitute for a girlfriend. All right, so what do we got here? We got a server and we have a mod file. How does that even work, right? How do we have a server there? That's completely dumb. Okay. Builder. Okay, let's get rid of that for now. Okay, then. So what we called server there, this stuff should actually be in here. All right, so then we can import the server builder. I have a girlfriend, but no friends. Listen, Gabman, it's great that on the internet you can be whoever you want, but try to keep it believable, though, right? I don't think that's how this should look. Oh yeah, this was a test. As you should. Okay, I think the stream is fine now. We're all vibe coders on the inside, Chris. Single for life. Hello, Runtime. How you doing? So we're doing something else now, D-boy. This is the foundation for building multiplayer games, right? And to build multiplayer games, I need to know what this kind of looks like and where the sharp edges are. So I'm making something very simple where you can connect and you can have two clients connected and we share like state between them, right? That's the idea here. Okay, so then we need to define how this is going to work, right? What do we got? That's what we're going to do now, right? Perfect, Chris. That's how it goes. Where's the server going to run? I'm going to refrain from answering with what I initially intended to answer. This is just a prototype, so nowhere really. We're just gonna get this working. Once we have this working, then we can decide on something. I think what we should do is just fire up a cheap DO droplet and see if we can get something multiplayer running with chat at some point. That would absolutely be cool to test out, right? But for now, we just gotta make sure that we can do this part, right? I could definitely drink 5 more coffees. This is not good. Okay. All right, let's start with the server then, right? We don't need the world traits. Well, since we already got it, we can have it. Does it need to be sparse? Wait, why is that not gonna work? That's definitely a thing. Oh, those frontiers, right? That is bullshit. Sparse is definitely there. Maybe it's not exposed. It's not. Because it doesn't exist. It does exist. Why is that not there? Wait, that's the wrong place. Why did I end up there? There we go. I have seen weird science. Whether I was growing up or not is a difficult question to answer. That was not a question, but I'm gonna pretend that it was. Weird science. Never grow up, it's a trap. Well, I mean, if you ask my wife, that hasn't happened or isn't a risk of happening anytime soon. But I think she likes it that way because she seemed to be staying married to me as far as I know. But then again, I haven't opened my mail in a while. Or seen her. Anyway, just, you know, Schrodinger's marriage, right? Okay, maybe this is all we need then, right? Okay, let's build an input map maybe. And you know what we need. You can't use JSON for game dev. Fuck you, buddy. I can do whatever I want. It's my ball and I'm going home. Okay. Shit. That was the wrong thing to do. It doesn't matter. Whoops. 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 Let's do that. Listen, Wixer, you don't ask people about the orientation. That's their business. Poor YouTubers, they don't get any of this. They're like, why is he so happy about no music, right? Okay. We kind of need to do that, don't we? All right, we have to skip the next one because that is not going to go down. There we go. Okay, we're building. We're just going to make 2. What? I'm hearing myself. What is that? Am I here? Is there an echo? There is an echo. Where is that coming from? Oh my god, okay, I'm gonna have to fix this. I can hear my own voice. And I do not like what I hear. Well, at least you're not saying I'm fucking 50 like last stream, right? My hair might be grey, but I'm not fucking 50, okay, you assholes? It's coming from your brain. You would know nothing about that, wouldn't you? Thank you, Chris. I got Chris in my corner at least, right? Fuck all of you else, right? All of you else? I mean, can you imagine singing like this? Your throat must be like, all right, can I just eat a box of Vaseline after this, please? 50 is far too young. There's at least a few hundred years more on. Well, that's close to the truth, though, Caleb, but no one likes the truth. You're always on the run. Okay. Focus. Focus. It does sound like he sings like breakfast. You gotta love it, man. Okay. Okay, how should we model this? This is a little bit complicated, right? We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, what do we need? We need to read input, we need to receive state, and that's really all that we need for now. I hope a Snapchat integration. I will come over to your house and slap you and call it Slapchat. And you will be happy. I'm pretty sure he's singing about breakfast at this point. Okay, so how do we read input? Well, everything's gonna have to come from one place, right? This music is so loud in my headphones, I'm gonna go deaf from this thing, right? So these can write into something. So we could just create a game loop. Actually, what we do from the game loop is we're gonna write into. Oh, hang on. Is that fixing it? Nope. This is what we're gonna do now. We need to share the input. That's what we need to do. Yeah. Come on. No. I don't want that. I wanted to swap. Fuck you, program. There we go. Maybe that's all we need is the input. Grrr. Let's add 30 here then, right? Linguica, I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm more like, oh, I've got a really like gross thing that I'm so hooked on right now. I found this like disgusting cheese in a tube, like in a bottle, and some habanero sauce, and I make meatloaf tacos with that, right? So you get like a taco wrap with meatloaf, potato, gherkins, habanero, and this like cheese thing, and it's so fucking rank and good at the same time. There's like street food, junk food level of gross, man. And I'll eat that, man. I showed it to my friend, and it's like, it looks like you let a 5-year-old cook your food, man. I think it's just so good, man. Too much check in my check. Okay. Oh, this song goes hard, mate. Drops as cold as ice. What kind of ice do you have? Okay, so no world. Where's the game? There it is. Ah, too many characters. Where is the? There's no lib file there. Okay. Okay. Wait, there's nothing there. May today become the day. Okay, so let's do net will survive here, right? Okay, so how should we do this then? If we just want to send the input, let's do this. Okay, we're gonna do this with Tokyo Sleep, right? Okay. Oh, so bored of that. Okay, so how we're gonna do this? We're gonna sleep for. We're gonna do this 50 times per second. So we need to account for the time it takes to do all the work. So we're going to take the amount of time that has elapsed, right? And then we update that. So we want to take the amount of time that has elapsed for us to do all the work here. Send it, no, and then sleep is sleep. So we look at how much time has elapsed. Then we're going to take the instant now, update that, and we're going to say sleep time is sleep minus elapsed. And static sleep duration is a duration. Is that right? It will be... How have I lived this long without fend? All right. You guys are suspiciously quiet today. Anyway, that's all right. I don't mind. Let's see. 160 is 0.16. And if we multiply that by 1,000, that's 16.6 milliseconds. If we want to do this 20 times, then it's going to be that. So 250. No, that's not at all. Why did you multiply by 5,000, you lark? 50, right? 50 milliseconds is how long we're going to nap for. Like so. Okay, that's perfect. And then we just change you for sleep time instead. Oh, underscore, why? My only weakness. And what are we gonna do in terms of our input? Should we store the input in a well, we need to have our input here. Mepty. Then new is better because it's not like it's empty. It's just new. And then here we can now enjoy the broken input. Shared input. Thank you. Right. So how should we do this? We could just have a channel here where we do a receiver of input. Yeah. Actually, this could be a receiver of a vector. It's a flume receiver. All right, flume it up. There you go. You gotta import joy everywhere, okay? Joy is more important than STDs. Okay. And then here we'll do something like rx.try receive. If let some delta maybe. And then we do input dot crap. Is it okay? It is okay. Input dot merge delta or update with this delta. Easy, right? Now, of course, you might look at this and go, but that doesn't make any sense. How do you reset the input? We'll get there. If we have some input, then we'll update that and then we'll send that. No, we're always sending that. Even if it's empty. So really, what we should be doing here is send it, right? Okay, so how do we tell the connect? Well, why don't we just have a connection here then, right? We can just clone these. You have the con, Mr. Number 1, 2, and 5. We need to have connections. And where do they come from? Can they be in here? New source connection. .rs. Lab mod connection. Pub use connection. Whoops. Okay, I'm trying to change the way I type, and there's a lot of fingers that wants to get involved that are usually asleep, right? So what do you have? You have an inner connection. That's a W transport connection. Is that right? Oh, there's no W transport in there. Whoops. NVOM. What in transport are you doing? There we go, right? Okay. So let's go to our connection and let's make it possible to send impl. This thing can clone. Oh, that's exactly what I want to do. Just delete everything and just roll. Well, that's too many bytes now. That needs a result. I gotta put the sound back on. I can hear my own voice. There's something really fishy with this. Come on. There we go. Okay, so this one needs to have send unordered. I think I wrote this somewhere else, so we're gonna look at that first. No. Here we go. Streams. This should actually be in the connection thing, right? So let's open up shared source connection. Wait, what? That's not wrong. Where are you defined? All right, we'll just call it a stream then. No location found. Where the hell are you coming from, right? Hello, Skylaboo. How are you? All good, mate. All good. Result of opening Unistream. Okay, so we're gonna do this again. Cherries, it, and Clarice. I say. Hello, Zero. How are you doing today? Okay, was that it? So we can send orders and unreliable, right? Okay, how are we gonna do this then? Do we put the streams into the connections? We have one connection per thing we're solving, maybe. Doing good, mate. Doing good. We could just get a stream, couldn't we? But we have to keep track of the streams. But in this case, that doesn't matter, right? So we could just make a new stream. Maybe the stream... Okay. Hello, Matza. It sure is. I'm as done as I will probably ever be without the game. There's like small things to change, but I just have to remove all the sounds from it before I can release it somewhere, right? Okay, so we can open a unidirectional channel. Okay, let's just do this then. Let's make this work. Can we now do this? Maybe we do something like unreliable. That's a function. This makes so much more sense, doesn't it? Did I not see that? Why did that happen? I think someone subscribed but didn't announce it. So thank you very much, subscriber. Hello, Tanaka. How you doing? How's the update going? Thank you for the prime. There is the bunny and the broken font. Should we maybe associate the connection with it? No, I don't think so, right? I love when the font breaks. Oh, yeah. Looks good when the font breaks. So this will be unordered. Unreliable. Okay. I want unreliable streams. That sounds fun. It is fulfillment. I got more companions when I'm all alone. So do we have what new? No, it's just an unreliable stream, right? Yeah. Ooh, that's private, eh? No, it isn't. Ah, but the stream is. Okay, that's it, right? Wouldn't that technically make you U32 max then, right? And we want to make a we want to make a new stream when? No, we're just going to call send. And we need to pass in the connection too. And I'll wait. Shape. There's no options, no result there. Yeah, there is. But this thing doesn't return anything. Okay, let's just match on this. And then we break the loop. Oh man, that looks better if you write it as non. Right? Forget the option part. Write that instead. Yeah, I was musing about that the other day. There's so much Rust that I have forgotten, like various parts of it, and I don't think you even need it, right? This heart is stone inside. And no nasty shadows for you. All right. All right, so we're going to try to receive some input and then we send that. And I believe in Steve. I think what we need to do is we need to write the input map. So after we have sent this, yeah, no, we don't. The delta is the input. That's how we do it. Yeah, but that makes sense. That makes sense. But like breaking out of blocks, although I did that the other day. Okay, so we have input that we can now send. Let's do read game data. So here we're going to do another loop. And we'll do connection dot open uni. Oh, wait. We need a buffer. That doesn't exist. Okay, now we need a game state that we can share with the world state, basically. You get there. Okay, so this is how we're gonna do this. Oh my god, reading the game? You are definitely selling this game to half of chat now. Do they have like Wikipedia? Can you spend a whole day just reading lore? But that's not what I'm looking for. It's almost like a Wikipedia in the game. You are selling this so hard right now. I can see people are just losing their shit trying to get to play this game or, you know, read. Don't be a dick. I can't help it. Okay, so we have open and we have accept. That's what we want, right? That's not a send stream. Why are you a lock? That's a receive stream. Damn you, illusionist. I bet you did. They are not without issues. Maybe too many brackets is just not okay. Can we bail here with the arrow? Sender in global state and receiver in per connection loop. Yeah, you kind of get stuck on these things, right? I mean, I was awaiting. I was opening a stream while waiting for another stream yesterday or whatever. That was goofing up my stuff. It's just easy to miss these things, but it you know, it's what makes programming fun. Okay, in shared, we're gonna have a game world here, I think. Ah. No, nice. Okay. Oh, how did it go, Rensky? There is some basic music deadlock detection, I think, but it's pretty basic. It went well. Nice. Congrats, man. Well, I'll wait with that until you hear back. What's the role? Bread roll? What role are you applying for? Like, you don't have to say the company, but are you going for, you know, manager? Welcome to the Discord, Sherman. Nice. That sounds really cool, though, Rensky. Oh, God, I love life so much. Fuck everything else. I love that I get to do what I'm passionate about and not make any money doing it, but I'm fucking happy, right? Oh, we can't deserialize that because I didn't add that, did I? Lowercase, please. Thank you. I won't let go. Okay, I think we now have the world being put together so we can look at the world in our game and we can send our input somewhere, right? So this is, now I know what we're going to do with the input. Now I know what we're going to do. So we are going to update the input and then we're going to send it. So in our game world, there might be multiple. That's what we're doing, right? So we're sending the input here. So before that, we need to keep an input map on here, right? To. So it's not show to you, it's show to, right? We need a different input. To. Okay, we can store the world in here as well, maybe, right? We need a sender as well, right? Flume it up, buttercup. There we go. Hello, Russell. How you doing? Sherlock. Interesting. I think it's to detect deadlocks on mutexes, Rensky. It's to mitigate skill issue. But why do you use Rust? Another set of lyrics that makes no sense. I do, mate. I do, right? And before I was doing this, I was DIYing some stuff. I cleaned up a table, put it outside so I can work with my concrete things out there. And I did some sanding and I tried to rasp and that kind of worked, but there's a lot of sanding to clean up the marks though. But for like rough stuff, I can do it. So, and I found some old painting supplies and stuff. So I'm going to try to go even more nuts with this stuff. I need to design another container though, right? Because you only need, there's only so many bowls that you need, right? Maybe I should do something square. I do. I made this the other day. But I realized that people aren't as interested in that as I am. But I reused the mold, so I'm making another one. But I've smoothed out the edges of it. It's a bit rough. It's not good. But I have some more experiments to do, so I'm gonna print out another mold soon. I figured out how to reuse them. I just need to find a cheaper wax because the one I use is not a cheap wax, and it's supposed to be for waxing furniture, and I'm kind of wasting that a bit, right? Is it a pan? No, it's a bowl. These are just little felt feet, so it doesn't fuck up my table. But yeah, it's just a bowl. It replaced the plastic one I had on my table. So now I just store batteries and shit in it. What? So I made this one, but this one kind of ran out of space very quickly to have like on my desk for organizing things, right? I made a mold in FreeCAD. Then I 3D printed the mold. Then I mixed some concrete and then I poured it into the mold. And then we got that, right? So it's FreeCAD to printer to concrete, right? Okay, so we're gonna update the input. So all right, so our state now has to be game state. Oh yeah. It takes a long time for it to dry, and oh, hang on, I gotta pause this because this tune is just so good, right? But and I need to put on the kettle again, right? So it takes a while to do this stuff. So the first things I built, they just broke. They shattered and it was just terrible, but I kept going at it, and then I managed to make a flower pot that broke, but I could glue it together again with more concrete, and it doesn't look good, right? You can like see so it looks good on the side. Can we get some focus, right? But you can see the seam where I glued it. But I just want to glue it just to actually make something. I think this is chives, by the way. You can see which angle the sun is based on how these leans, right? But it cracked. They just kept cracking. You could glue it with gold. It's too much. Do you use neodymium? Neodymium, right? How much money? 5. I don't know what we're talking about, so I'm just gonna say 5. So, but if it's like material cost, Wixer, not a lot. Like a bag of concrete is like what, 10, 15 pounds, euros, dollars, whatever, right? Hello, Karate. One day I'll get it right. So it's like concrete and a bit of filament, and you're done, right? But then I figured out the wax trick, and I'm testing a lot of things to become familiar with this, but it takes a lot of time for it to dry. So what I've figured out is the mix that I have, followed by 2 days of curing, then I can still refine it after 2 days, right? I can file down edges, I can sand it smoother, and then I have to like let it dry. I figured out that you put wax in the mold and it will stay. I'm going to try with candle wax as my next attempt, right? 10 euros for a bag of concrete, 10, 15. Yeah, but concrete is not expensive, right? If you go to, I don't know, right? Buy concrete online. Let's just see what this thing is, right? But this is not expensive for a bag of this stuff, I think, right? Yeah, don't show that again, right? I don't know. Like, I don't know which one high straight. We just need like basic stuff. Okay, so there's not even showing the prices there. How rubbish. Concrete on Amazon. Learn more. Really? Where's where can we just get like a price for concrete? I mean, seriously. Online hydraulic concrete breakers for excavators. I think that might not be it, right? Los Angeles Times delivered to you. Concrete to you. That's what we need, right? Concrete to you. But yeah, okay. So this is not like a bag of concrete. Either way, you're not gonna find. Why not, Wixer? How many kilos? I think it was. I think it's like 23 or 25 kilos of concrete. But if you buy like, what's it called? But you get like it's a mixture, right? You got the mixture of like stones and other things in there. So you kind of have to strain this stuff out. So you get like because you want the fine powder basically. But once you do that, you lose a bit of like structural integrity, right? Yeah, I mean, I check. What country do you live in, Arus? Actually, don't answer that. But you should be able to find like a store where they sell hardware and stuff, right? Zimbabwe. Okay, all right. I have no idea. But all right, in the US, in Europe, concrete is not expensive, right? I have no idea, right? So yeah, anyway, a bag of concrete shouldn't cost you more than like 15 euros or whatever, right? 10, 15 euros, maybe, right? Around that. But even though it's 20 kilos, you're not going to get 20 kilos if you want to make things out of it, right? If you leave the stones in, it's going to have a very rough texture, right? So if you take the stones out, it'll get a smoother texture, but then obviously it's weaker. So, you know, if I drop this bowl, it will probably break, right? Well, that's a concrete implementation of the word concrete, Araga. How you doing, right? No, cement. Cement is not the same as concrete, right? I think concrete contains cement. While concrete is a composable material made from cement, water, and aggregates like sand and gravel, right? So you wouldn't have cement on its own, right? You need the other stuff, but I take a lot of the aggregate stuff, the large aggregate stuff out, right? So I have 3D printed a strainer to get rid of the large bits, right? Is concrete a code name for cocaine? Yes, but don't tell anyone. Okay, I'm gonna go and put the kettle on, and then we're gonna get back into some programming shortly, right? But yeah, so it takes time to do this, but it's really nice. It takes time to, you got to design it, and then printing it takes time, but you don't do anything then. You're going to mix the cement, pour it, and vibrate it. If you don't vibrate, it's going to be really bad. So mix, pour, and then another long waiting time, and then you got to do the finish, so sanding and polish or whatever, right? It really sounds like Kana. Okay. Well, while Araga's trying to become a drug dealer in the chat, I'm gonna go and put the kettle on. I'll be right back. Okay. Tea is a brute. Uh, silicone could probably do that, but then the mold's gonna be unusable. I think something like a cheap candle could work, right? We got some 5 minutes before the tea is ready. Then we're good to go again, right? Become a sculpture. The idea was to not have to reprint the molds, right? But something really interesting happens with the so once I printed something out, the next step is actually not to pour the concrete, but to use something like a wood filler or a filler material to smooth out all the edges, all the layer lines and stuff. So smooth it out and sand it. And the wax reacts to the wood filler and make it into this weird skin-like thing. So that's kind of a bit weird, which is why I said it was weird. Okay. Oh, Danaka, by the way, there was a firmware upgrade for this thing. So I plugged it into a Windows computer and installed the awful software, updated the firmware, and not have to deal with that ever again. So that was kind of good. Okay. So update the input every time. But when do we send the input? No, we don't. We just update the input, update, and then we send, right? So self dot input tx dot send self dot input like that. Or we recommend learning for a TypeScript dev going to Rust. It depends on where you feel like. You say your programming is too shallow. What is it that makes you think it's too shallow? Right. Well, let's start there. What is it that makes you say that your programming is too shallow? So what are we gonna do here? We'll do shared input self.input. Let's match on input, shall we? We could just say there we go, right? That's private. Well, we'll update it maybe. No, we do not. We'll make that public instead. There we go. Tea's ready. TypeScript and Python is too easy. Okay, so you feel like programming is too easy with what you're using, right? Do you have the impression that if you were to program Rust or C++, you would be more of a programmer? Is that a thing? Okay, let's see. I do wonder how this has been set up. 1 second. Testing. Fuck. Okay, it shouldn't be sending my voice through. I don't know why it's doing that. Huh. All right, whatever. I'll deal with it. You go more insane with Rust? Yeah. I want to how things really work. Okay, so in that case, Zero, I think what I would recommend is that you... Hang on, let me read your words first, right? Again. Okay, so what I think would be a good place to start then is to understand the memory of your computer a little bit, right? Like you don't have to go very deep with this stuff, but understanding and get like every time you create a class in TypeScript, you create a class and you give it some fields, right? So let's have some make believe over here, right? No, that was the wrong one, right? So you have a class called thing, and it's gonna have some fields, right? So field 1, that's kind of a string, and then you have field 2, that's some kind of integer, maybe, right? This is just like in general. So what I would recommend as your next step then, Zero, is that you start to understand how these things exist in memory, right? So what is a thing? How much space does it take up in memory? How do we access these fields on a thing? Why can I do field offset in C, but I can't do it in Rust and these kind of things, right? You will get exposed to things, right? So what Rensky is saying is absolutely correct, right? So when you program Rust, you are in a world where these things are relevant and you can look at them, right? You don't need to know about field offsets and why you can't have them in Rust, but if you start working with Rust, you will find that the information is there. This information is completely void in the world of JavaScript and TypeScript and Python, for instance, right? There's nothing preventing you from modifying a class at runtime in Python, for instance, right? Because in Python, this would be more akin to a dictionary or a hash table or some kind of table, right? That has one field for well, we have field 1 and it has some value, right? So that's maybe more what this would look like in Python. And there is no reason why you couldn't take your table and insert a field 3 in there and say that that's some kind of value, right? Like in Python, this is all dynamic, right? And the same thing is true for JavaScript and TypeScript, right? So But in Rust and C, C++, SIG, whatever, right? This isn't the case, right? Instead, these things are written as the same thing in Python, right? These things are written as bytes into memory when you store them. So if I have an instance of a thing where we have, say, field 1 is Tony. Hey, Tony. And field 2 is 1, 2, 3, right? If I have two of these in memory next to each other, I can't add another field here because that would mean writing into this instance, right? And this is the thinking. This is the thinking that you can get from using Rust that you won't get from Python and JavaScript. You can absolutely have more exposure to this line of thinking if you were to program C or whatever. But you might not want to program C. You might be looking at Rust as your next programming language. And I am telling you, if that's the choice you make, the information is definitely there to think about, right? So in JavaScript, you can have a thing next to a thing next to a thing, because in reality, what everything here is, right? They are all the same thing, but they are pointers instead to some value, some memory location somewhere, right? That's what these things would be in JavaScript, right? Which is why you could take this one and add additional information to it. But in languages like Rust and C, C++, etc., then you'll have a thing followed by a thing, which would translate into some byte sequence, right? Well, that's a wild byte, right? It's just bytes, right? All the way, it's just bytes. Which means if I wanted to modify one of these things here by, say, injecting some additional information here, and now how would that work, right? It doesn't, right? That's why this is the way it is. That's why you say that a vector or an array or whatever dynamically sizable collection you might have are homogeneous, right? Meaning they can only contain the same thing, because you need to know the size of these things so you can go to the next one, right? Don't want to do C, C++. No. And that's all you have to say. You can absolutely get or garner this line of thinking from using Rust, all right? Because you will run into problems in Rust where you try to do things that you could do in Python or JavaScript, right? You will have to start to understand why these problems exist, right? For instance, in JavaScript, you can have a reference to a collection, right? So you can have your collection is equal to ABC, and you can now have a reference to collection, right? 1, right? So this would be B in this, right? So you could do something like this in JavaScript, and then if you wanted to, you can say collection.push D in there, and you'd be none the wiser, right? You can still print out what the reference is. Although in Python and JavaScript and likes, whether something is a reference or a copy is not really your choice. That is like the runtime will do the best choice for you. But in Rust and those languages, this is actually a choice that you make, right? In this case, I would have taken ownership. In this case, I would have taken a reference to it, right? So whatever that means. So why is this actually a problem when everything is laid out in memory, for instance? Well, in Rust, when it's laid out in contiguous memory, the homogeneous collection containing types in contiguous memory, right? Shut up, nerd. All right. So we stored a bunch of the same things next to each other in memory. And when we can't fit any more data in there, we have to find a new location in memory where we can move everything and then add the new stuff. You never have to think about this in JavaScript or Python. But if this was allowed in Rust, this is allowed in other languages. If this was allowed in Rust, you'd have dangling pointers every time the collection reallocated, right? So you will become familiar with these things and you will get that line of thinking going for you once you start poking at it. But I would say as your initial journey into it, go through the book, do the stuff there, and once you've gone through say 60% of the book and you kind of feel like you have a grasp of things, then start to build something, right? If you're doing TypeScript and Python, that makes me think that you are doing web dev. And if you're doing web dev, build a web server in Rust. Now, there's in the Rust book, there is now a chapter where you build a web server, and it's a terrible web server for no other reason than it has a limit to how it can deal with the contiguous, with the concurrent connections, right? Yeah. So build something like that, and that will teach you how all of this stuff works. You will run into errors that you are unfamiliar with, and once you understand why those errors are there, you will really appreciate Python and JavaScript afterwards, because you're like, wow, I didn't have to deal with any of this bullshit. But also, it makes you think deeper about the data that you're using, right? When you write in Python and JavaScript, it's difficult to think about certain optimizations because they are not natural. Also, if you write in Python, you are not doing so with the intent of getting the maximum amount of performance out of what you're building. You're doing it because it's a fun, succinct language which allows you to express a lot of things, right? But I think that's just the natural progression of all programmers, though, Rensky. I don't know any programmers who don't do more than one language, right? But then whether that language deviates from the other language they do, that's a different story. I myself never enjoyed functional programming. Functional programming is a bit of a weird one to me. It looked interesting, but every time I look at it, I just think I'm never going to get the same performance as I would out of Rust. And there's no, it's like, I can't fit this anywhere. I don't enjoy the programming style enough to make the effort of becoming good at it, right? I had my hopes up for Rock, but because that's a functional programming language backed by LLVM, right? And it's an interesting idea. But by the time it was released, I had kind of lost interest. There's ever the only do C, for example. No, Renske, that's entirely untrue. I don't have any friends that I know that is doing that. Okay, I wouldn't be friend. No, I'm kidding. But yes, there are people who program maybe one language, but I think they are few and far in between, and I am pretty sure that they know other programming languages too, right? I don't think that you are only programming C. I mean, if you're programming C, you would definitely have picked up some other language just for your dependency management and build script, right? It's all good, Zero. Find some advanced memory courses. You don't have to, like, you just like, memory is actually very, very simple. I think we like to overcomplicate it, but it really is very simple, right? It is Infiniboard. There we go, right? It looks, this is your RAM, okay? And when you start a program, you will get a chunk of your RAM, okay? So this is now your program's memory. And you will have the stack on one side and the heap on the other side, and they will grow towards each other, right? And when you call a function, you allocate on the heap, and when you when you exit or return from the function, you just decrease the stack pointer. So you have a stack pointer that points into some memory, and then you're done with your function call. So the stack pointer points to the previous, like where you called from, right? So for the stack, it just goes up and down, which is why you shouldn't have references to some memory on the stack, because that becomes invalidated when the function returns. So if your language allocates mutex on the stack, for instance, anyway. And the heap is a little bit different, because with the heap, you can have just chunks of memory allocate left, right, and center. And when the function ends, the heap allocation is still there, which is why when you allocate on the heap, you free the memory afterwards. In Rust, that is handled through lifetimes and automatically for you. In C, C++, SIG, and maybe NIM or whatever language they're in. C3, you probably have to deal with that yourself one way or another, right? They are very set in their ways. I can understand that. And I mean, like, I have friends, Flex, who are not interested in Rust at all, surprisingly. And they just won't move from the language. And like, there's no reason why they should, right? But they're not interested in trying, so whether it's Rust or C3 or SIG or whatever, they're not interested in trying other things. And that's also fine, right? Like you get that, but you also run into those people who are set in the way and then will actively hate our words on a language that they don't use, and find like they're a bit like the mystery chaser. They will like scour the web for reasons to show you how the language is bad. But those people just needs a hug and maybe copious amounts of right, so they will calm down a little. They won't talk to you anymore. Is that why you're not in chat anymore, Temporis? You filthy Rust tracer. Who said that? I think being so logged into one tool is detrimental to overall development of a craft. Yes, but if we were to look at the flip side of it, if I can play the devil's advocate for a second, being that into a language means that you are very passionate about it, right? I mean, okay, you can also be like a tired school teacher who just gave up, but if we ignore that subgroup, but you can also be so passionate about the language that you're using that you don't see a reason to move. I'm a little bit in that camp with Rust. There hasn't been a new programming language that has interested me enough. So I played around with SIG a little bit. SIG is probably like I would say that I'm a friend of SIG through association, right? What happened to NIM, by the way? Did I not share that post with you? I think I don't know if NIM is going or not, right? I have no idea. Oh, that's my daily life, Rensky. I have to go and do things out of my comfort zone all the time now as part of my nervous system rehab, right? And I hate every part of it, right? Which is why I find myself in these like weird social situations now, right? Anyway, right, okay, so we get back into this thing, right? But yes, if you're interested in Rust or not, if you're interested in programming or not, you are still welcome here. Do you guys feel like it's a little bit too calm? Do you feel like maybe this is what you need in your life? All right, let's hop to it, shall we? We got tea and we got this Cybreed. NIM is cool, is it though? All right. Okay. So what we're going to do here is not what I'm doing. Instead, we're going to change this to a while. And that's how we're going to do this. Okay. We are going to reset our input, and then we're going to merge all the inputs in the queue. Send that. That's how this is going to work. Decided C3 is not my thing. You know, Rust will always take you back. Rust is like that. No, that was a bad analogy. Okay, so we're gonna get the input here. Let's do this. Oh my god, these guys are emailing me on a daily basis. I get it. You have friends. Get on with it. All right, all right. That was not important at all. What's your definition, Gabman? Purge plain old objects, Tanaka. But what's your definition in that case, Gab, before I say anything to that? Hello, how you doing? And Winnie the Pooh has an H at the end of it, otherwise it's a kind of toilet bear, right? Pooh, Pod, Poco, they have many names, right? Okay, so this is going to be our input handling, yeah? So we are merging all the inputs that we have sampled, right? It's going. We're getting input states now. Oh, what a tune. Okay, so we're going to do this for the world data. I think the world data is kind of okay. So let's go back to the game world. We need to have some textures here, right? Well, we have a guy here. He'll suffice. We need multi-pants. Buttes. All right. Can you create objects in Rust? Yes, you can. You can represent data through different ways, either as structs, as named structs, as tuple structs, or as enums containing named structs and tuple structs. So there's a lot of ways to represent data in Rust, but it's similar to other languages, right? You have a sequence of bytes, and then you tell in the compiler that you should interpret this sequence as a string, that as a number, that as 3 Boolean values, right? It's all down to the same thing in every programming language. Somewhere along the way, you get a sequence of bytes, and that's supposed to be interpreted as some information, right? Okay, so we need to know how many players we have, don't we? Oh man, I'm gonna be deaf by the end of the day. Okay, so we have created this thing now. We're gonna keep this very simple now. Up high. Okay. All right, let's just call it the World Atlas, right? And this okay, so this will give us the atlas, right? Or we could just create the sprites. Let's do this. Yeah, okay. No, we need to get many. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna store in our game state some information here. Maybe we do need to have a player ID in here. I was thinking that we could just avoid that, but we'll see. That means that you're always going to be the first one here, so that should be okay. Okay, so let's make a sprite. Is it 32 by 32? No, it's 16 by 16. And this will give us the sprite and the ID back, right? There we go. Okay. We have at least one player sprite in there. We probably should change the background. So we'll say scene.set clear color. Okay, let's run this and see what happens. Actually, nothing will happen because we never started the game. All right, okay. I need to like take this sound down a little bit. I'm way too into this. Yeah, we get there. Okay, so let's make a function here for our run. So we do default here for our config. We're gonna tell our game that we don't want fixed updates, by the way. No, or false. What is it that you want? You want the state and the world, right? Yeah, we'll get there. Okay. And you want the TXRX. That's the input TX. Where does the game TXRX? Right. Okay, now we can see our first issue with this. The first issue here is that we need these to exist outside of this run function. So we would have to say there. Now we have to spin up the actual connection stuff, right? So we need this connection here. Okay, so let's connect the... We do client builder. Let's see if this is doable in here. Very exciting. Can't find client. That makes sense. We need this from our shared. No, we need it from here. Streams are... Okay, there we go. So we can see what we need here. I think we're almost there now, right? That should come from shared, but I don't think we're gonna need this. We just want the client that holds the connection. That's all we need. So forget you and you. Oh, wait. No, unwait. That is correct. No channels. Nope. No, no, no. Actually, we don't need the client at all. We just need the connection. How do we get that? So this isn't a client builder, it's a connection builder now. That isn't private. What are you on about? Oh, this should be in shared. No, it shouldn't. Okay, let's make this public for now. What are you talking about? I just added that. I think the issue is elsewhere then. Yeah, that's the wrong client. Wait, why is there a client module? Okay, a client can hold a connection, but we don't need this yet. So we can take this out. No, it's a connection builder. Where is the connection? So I can cache you. Okay, maybe the client builder is wrong. It's a connection builder. Okay, let's do this. Let's fix this now. Ah, yes, the client side is needed. Yes. Yes. All right, we have a connection builder now. Can we bring this in? But then this is gonna be in shared. Yeah. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, what do you want? It's a result. We done? Yeah, we are. Except there is no builder on there. Because I can't spell builder. Yeah, you can. Okay. Oh, no, you don't. There's no T for you. Yeah. Yes. Take that. We have a client or a connection. And then we're going to pass in the corresponding channels here. So we have input RX. Input. Okay. All right, so the server knows about the world. Oh shit, I need it down. We're almost there, okay. Okay, well, the world has to be in shared now. Whoops. Oh, I think I just overwrote what I had there, but that's okay. So we call it game world. Let's just rename this to, well, the world is more interesting, so we'll call it the world. Are we not exporting the world? I am in charge of the world. We need a connection ID here. Oh, I see. Okay. What are we going to do here? We are going to add 30 as a dependency. Okay. Music down. I am getting way too into this. Okay, so we need to add 30 as a dependency here. I think what we should be able to do is do some kind of derived 30 thing here, right? But, well, obviously we can't do that here. Okay, why is 30 here? Okay, so it's not. Okay, easy then, easy then. Ah. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, we just assume it's going to be there then. Why is that not happening? Oh, so close. So close, but get out of your head, damn it. No location. Why? Okay, that's why. Do we want them to be serializable? Like, you shouldn't be sending a sparse map through, should you? Or maybe you should. There's a lot of data in there. Okay. What we could do is we could send the entire world and we just store a vec of connection ID and player here. That's what we're going to do now. For now. Okay, that's our connection. And now we have to start up the net bits, right? Let's get rid of this crap. This is the thing, right? This is what's going to make this work. Now we just need one for the game world. Why would you do that, huh? Okay, I think that's it. We now have the client side done. We just have to do something with the data that we are yet to send. Okay, so update input will read the gamepad input and then do something with it. We can also say, well, this is going to be problematic when we're going to have two different ones, right? Okay, we need to read the game world here. World TX, right? Okay, so this is what we're gonna get, yeah? There should only be one update, though. What do we have inside the world? We have a bunch of players. Okay. And a connection ID. This is a little bit strange. We're going to have to do something better with that. But let's just say if world.players the length is not the same as as state.player sprites length, then player, you filthy private player you are. Okay, so if they're not the same, then we have to update this, right? Okay, it's not launched yet. We can say while the length is less than the number of sprites, yeah? So this is going to be a really bad thing to do, okay? So we're going to do something that's, it's going to be very jerky now, because we're not going to do, we're going to build up a history of frames. We're going to interpolate between these frames. It's going to be gorgeous, right? But we're not doing that as our first hack at this, right? So we're just making sure that there's an equal amount of players on the server and on the client now. It had some interesting ideas, Wixer. I was actually interested in it as well for a while, and I played around with it. But it had some weird idiosyncrasies, which isn't a reason not to like it. There are other reasons not to like it, but yeah, but look at the field naming of structs, Wixer. That's even more insane, right? Look at the naming rules of structs, and you'd be like, wait, what? Okay, so we'll do like this. Actually, what we could do is we could just zip this. Okay, that's it, right? So we have a player position updated through the world state. Again, we're not doing any interpolations. This is going to be really jerky. The game is effectively going to run at 60 frames per second, but we're going to run the changes at 20 times per second with some latency and delay, right? Again, we're not doing the interpolation yet. We want to get the bare minimum working first, right? Okay, now we need a server. Bacon. There is no server. Is there a lib here? There is. So we need to create a server with the world in it. Okay. I'd love to, Amatsu, but I think the people are gonna be unhappy with that. This is such a weird band. I think they're like Austrian, and they start off doing like weird, not weird, but like folk meta kind of thing, right? Okay. I think In Flames is the pop music of metal, Monad. That's why I think In Flames are the Taylor Swift of metal. I used to like them. I liked the Jester Race and the early albums, but the last album I listened to with them was the one with Bottle on it. And it was like that at that point they'd already like hit their stride. I'm not saying they're bad in the same way. I'm not saying that Taylor Swift is bad, because I think I'll get killed if I say that, but it does feel a little bit like not that exciting, right? I think when it comes to this particular scene, I would definitely put In Flames as one of the first bands that would adopt AI into the music creation process, right? I think I've offended enough people now. It was downhill. Yeah, I see. I'm not the only one who's... Okay, I need a Wii. Thank you for the cheer, Matza. Okay, so we're almost there. This is very exciting. We can almost see the networking soon. So we're gonna accept a connection, and we're gonna spawn handle client. All right, we're gonna get rid of all this because that's what we do here. Let's create the world then. This is en alle mitten, which is I think is I am nothing in Finnish, right? But someone who speaks Percolate has to tell me whether that's true or not, right? Yeah, I mean, it would be good. For those of you watching over at YouTube, you're like, for you, this makes no sense. You can't hear any of this stuff, right? You see me sitting there head banging to silence, right? Which makes me look extra cool. Not yet, Rebel. So right now we're just doing something very, very basic. The goal is to just implement networking where we can see two sprites moving on the screen for two instances of the game, where one sprite is controlled by one input, another one by another input, right? Which reminds me, we need to pass a flag into the game so we choose which input is what, right? Okay, so now we need to read in the input map, right? So how does that work? Let's do this then, right? Should we run this? Should we drain the? There should only be one input, right? No, that's the step we're at. I tried to design the network components before, and I realized what the problem with that was. I was trying to design for something that doesn't exist. So now I'm making like a bare minimum so I can find out where the sharp edges are and what it is that we actually need to do before I can define what this will actually look like. So it's kind of an MVP sort of situation, right? Okay. So let's say that we have players here, right? We're going to have a connection ID. Do we need the connection ID? I don't know, right? I think this is what we need, right? Oh, no, definitely server client. Peer-to-peer is not even remotely interesting to me. So we do this. That should be fast to iterate over. Do we have Flume available? No. So we need Flume. Whoops. Ship. Is Flume not part of the workspace dependencies? Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? Thank you for the raid. How's the world of Linux? How's it going? Oh no, we don't have Flume in here. Okay, so let's do this then. Good progress every day. Nice. Yeah, I was watching a stream the other day. You mentioned because no one writes about us. You mentioned, and it's like doesn't anyone say? And I realized that I don't really know that much about what work is actually involved in what you're doing, right? Okay, let's see. Client Toml has Flume. Yeah. So this is what we need to do. We need to make it shared between all these. So welcome Raiders. We are doing some multiplayers for networking for multiplayer right now. There we go. And the world is shared. Okay, so when we start this up, we're gonna have, let's just do this. Okay. So this is very exciting to me because we're just reaching the point where we can actually maybe see something, right? So we're about to start accepting incoming connections. Actually, we already have incoming connections. And then we go to handle the client and all that, what, right? But we need to create a player when we do this though. So our tick should be accept new players, read player inputs, and then apply inputs to world, send world state, right? So we're doing everything at a very bare minimum. We don't do any position interpolation. We don't do any world deltas. We don't do any of that. The goal here is to get something on screen working. That's all. No, nothing. All the other stuff comes later, right? I'm saying this preemptively because I am well aware that we are missing a lot of details. But rather than troubling you with having to repeat things that I have already pointed out, I preemptively say this, okay? Hello, Modan. Welcome. Okay, so accepting new players means that our thing, which is going to be our actual server implementation, more or less, right? It needs to have a player RX, where we have a receiver of player IDs, okay? So we have to pass this in here. It's a TX. No, it isn't. It's an RX, okay? All right, so then we have to create the pair here, unbounded. We're going to let Flume be in charge of this chunk of mems. Put the RX in there. That's the player RX for now. We're going to rename this thing, obviously, from just RX because it's going to collapse with something else shorted. So while let OK player ID equal to self.playerRx.try receive. So already here, if you had a botnet connecting and disconnecting constantly, you could prevent the world from moving forward as long as you could produce that faster than we can read, but that ain't gonna happen. So, I mean, even if you did, you still wouldn't be able to saturate the RX. But if we wanted to, we can make this bounded instead and say they can be at maximum 10 new players in the pipeline, right? So by just making that change, even if someone did that, receiving or reading 10 player IDs out of memory is a non-issue. So we can make it bounded like that for fun, right? Hello, Scotty, how you doing? Self.players, players.push, player ID. Okay, so this is wrong. This is not a sparse anything. This is a map. So we're gonna insert player ID, player new. So it's a map instead. There is no new on a player. So let's implement that. Let's just do this. Type world tx is sender the world. Whoopsie. Okay, so if we're gonna do this, then we need to create this pad. This is where it's gonna get a little bit hairy, right? And you probably need to build something cool on the low level. Pick a space first before I can say anything, right? Nah, man, I love keyboards, man. I goofed up. Whoops. Okay, so TX there, right? Oh man, Amatsa. Oh man, this thing. This thing is my ultimate keyboard. I have not tried anything better than this. Okay? I have tried keyboards, but nothing beats this one. It is so good. If you're using a split and you get like pinky fatigue or any pain in your hands, try a DeFi. So good. Not sure on the topic. Okay, but like what space do you exist in when it comes to programming? What kind of things do you normally program? Audio, video, web, operating systems, browsers, sausages, like whatever you're programming, right? No, you're not gonna trap me, Amatsu, okay? I am not opening that because I am so close to getting something going. I will get nothing if I start looking at that, man. Let's just do something silly here. Actually, I think player map here doesn't necessarily make sense. So this is going to be a bit goofy, right? I am not, Nixa. I will get into it if I look. It's either something really cool and then I'm in trouble, or it's something I've seen before that is a pipe dream and I'll get angry. There's no winners in this one. So we are storing all of this in player ID. We're kind of separating the data in... shit. Okay, hang on. I work with Salesforce and in the free time I do more web than anything. Maybe build like a... a forwarding proxy or something, right? Or build a web server or something like that, right? That's a fun exercise. So now we are... why is that not working? What was that supposed to do? Anyway. Yeah, Gavin, by all means, right? I say what I said to Zero, right? Skim through the Rust book if Rust is your choice, right? Skim through the book so you got like the basics down and then we'll talk, right? Okay, then we should probably store the player ID there instead, right? Crap. Where is the player ID? Where did I put you, player ID? Where are you? Come back to us. Ah, you're in share, that's why. That makes sense. Why wouldn't you be? Okay, so we're gonna do this. The player is not the same as that. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so we're doing this then, right? We're gonna read the input, but we're only gonna read one input. How do we drain that? What if we make it bounded instead? So no, there should only be one input. The fuck are you called then? Oh, it's a player ID. No, why would I think that? That's an input. Wrong input is shared input. Like though then. No direction on there. There is a direction. Is it just my spelling that is that good? What are you? You're an input. No, that's the wrong freaking input, you ghoul. Okay, so how does this work? We have inputs being shared input. That's inputs shared input. And then we go through the inputs. Oh, it's the input receiver. That's what it is. Fiddlesticks. There we go. There we go, right? Okay, so that's going to be our relative position. So we do... we need to update the player in the world now. No, what are you doing, man? That's a player ID. Oh my god, I am so not right in the face. Okay, here we go. The player has nothing now. It's just a meaningless void. There we go. Oh, totally gap. Lots of things. Oh, I don't know, man. We've had some good things besides thing, right? But it's a thing, right? Okay, so who owns the world state? The thing can probably hold the world state, right? Okay. Then the player is nothing. It doesn't even need to exist for now. So this is actually more of a set now than anything. You know what? We probably want the world to... how are we gonna do this? Because we're gonna send the world, but do we want to risk locking it? Embedded. I see. I don't, but that's okay. This is a tricky one, right? Because there's no right or wrong answer until we dive into it. So what if we just do this, right? We're sending the same payload. So not that, but rather this. Well, why is that griping? This is what we're gonna send, right? Okay, so we are gonna have some world bytes that we're gonna send. And now we can do world bytes clone. All right. Wrong place. Okay, there we go, right? And stuff and do stuff. All right, those are also pretty good. I jumped the gun a little bit there, right? Okay, so we have to do this now. This is a little bit gross. Okay, but we again, let's leave it as gross for now then. Like, let's fix it before we do anything, right? That should be two things, okay? Okay. There we go. We are now updating players in the world, right? So this looks pretty simple, and it probably is quite simple as well. So once we've updated all the players based on whatever filthy input they send us, we can then update, we can then send everything out to the players as well, right? Okay, now that we've done that, let's see if we can maybe, well, maybe. All right, now we need to actually drive this forward, because right now there's nothing feeding these two, right? Right, so we're going to do some encoding and the likes. But before we do that, we can do something simpler. And even, we can do something very gross and simple. So we're going to do that. Right, so we don't actually know what it is that we've read here. No, this is not needed. That was some kind of a perverse experiment, was it not? I'm not seeing it. Where is it? That one is right. But it's still missing somewhere. 68. There we go. Okay. So this is, now we're going to do the gross thing. We don't actually know what it is that we're reading, but since we're only sending the input, we can sort of assume that's what we're doing, right? So what else do we need for this thing? We need to be able to send the input to the world, right? So we need an input TX. That is a sender of shared input. That's a Flume sender. And now we need to get this one in here as well, right? And this is where it is getting a little bit ropey. How do we do this? Well, which one of the many options do we choose, right? One, global map with guff in it. Simple, easy. But we're probably not going to do that. A lot of things flying about, probably, right? That's probably how we're going to do this. So we need a way to tell the game world about a new player. So we call run, but run is never going to call tick. This function is never happening, right? Yeah, then no ticking is going on. Okay, so we need to be able to tell the world about new players joining. We also need to tell the world about players leaving. So once we disconnect for some reason, here we need to tell the world the player left. All right. So why don't we have a way to communicate with the world then? So world tx send Okay, and before we can do that, we also need to make the input here. Maybe this is... No, but then it's not going to be ordered. No, that's not great. No, we definitely need to have that in here. We need to have the players' communication options here, right? That's what we need. Okay. How do we get that? Oh, this is the wrong tick function. No, here's the tick function. Okay, so we have a player RX here. What is that? That's a receiver of player IDs. Not enough. Okay. What if we do that? So that is a... That is something... I kind of have it. All right, we have a struct what that has the player ID. It has the world TX. It has the input RX. Okay. And this is the thing that we need to send to the world. So we need to create this. And that's kind of what I would like to call a player. And here, what we call a player here. Actually, I don't think we have a definition of a... we'll call a player con for now. Let's move these, let's move these types into here. Make them public. And arc. We're almost there. I would say what? Okay, let's start with this. What language do you want to use? What language do you want to use to make games in? And there aren't really any wrong answers here. You can make games in Python if you want to, right? So what language do you kind of think you are interested in, right? What language are you most familiar with, right? Lua. All right. Norwegian. There you go. Lua, game dev. Easy start. This is a player con, yeah? Fiddlesticks. And yours. Thank you for that. We almost have this, right? That's a set now of player IDs. Ooh, do we not have a set? We do. But we don't expose it. It doesn't. The thing is, it doesn't really matter what language you want to make games in, as long as you want to make games in a language. Making games, which I have exactly. Well, actually, I made exactly one game. Okay, but making games is to the best of my knowledge, right? It's more a journey of persistence than it is. You can argue about performance and all of these things, but when you're starting, your first game should probably not be an MMO, right? So it doesn't really matter what you pick. You want to make applications? Then go forth and make applications, right? That is the way to go. That's a set now. Ooh, that does not sit right with me. I think maybe it should be a map. I don't even know if we need to store that, right? I think maybe we can get rid of this for now. Because players don't exist like that. Okay, there we go. So now these things are coming from somewhere else instead. So we need the player TX to be given to the server now, okay? Oh, we are close, my friend. We are very close. Okay, so handle client. Here we go. We need the server TX server RX. I don't think that's true. Why don't we pass that in as a reference here? And then here we'll have server TX clone. Oh my god, I can't believe we're getting it. We're almost there. my garb. Okay. So we need to change the tick function. So it takes a server RX that is a reference to a receiver of a player con playing the long con. No! We never called tick. You know, basic syntax, what next should you study? Just go through the tutorial, right? So it depends if you like to read or watch videos, right? But you have sheep illusion. I don't remember. I haven't seen the video, so I can't say anything from here, right? But just start here. Introduction. Just start reading this stuff. And then you get to learn how to make beautiful art. Almost as good as my art, right? I think that's more like showcasing things. But you get to like the installation and what to do, how to set it up. You just have to read through this stuff. That's it, right? Okay, so the tick is not happening, is it? We can put this on self, maybe. Yeah, I never implemented the tick, did I? Okay. So we have to be a little bit sensible here, don't we? We can do this. This way. Okay. Let's pass that in here. Okay, so we are now here. So that will be what we call new here is actually our input. So that's not going to be there anymore, right? That will just exist as a reference. And that's going to be server. Like that. Just don't headbutt the cat back, though. That might be ill-advised. Okay, let's implement a basic loop here. I couldn't help myself. There we go, right? And then the work is gonna be self.tick. Okay. Oh, we need to subtract the listener from self. Ship. Maybe it's the. You know what? We're gonna not do this. Although we kind of should do this, but we're not gonna do this for now. Instead, we're gonna do world tech. Like that. That's it, I think. So now, what do we do in handle client? No, we're not done yet. Here, we need to create the things that we're going to send to the server. Okay, now we just have to load this up with data. What's the player ID? I don't know yet. So we're just going to say that is that for now. We need to import. We should definitely have bounded channels here, right? We'll put some kind of hard limit on here. Okay, the only thing we're missing is the player ID now. If we do this, then we can do input. Okay, but this is just us getting the input. We're not done yet. We also need to write the output. And we still don't have the player ID. And we don't have a disconnect yet. So this is really input handling. What are you? Incoming session. Oh. Okay, let's do this. Okay, we're still doing this. So this is going to give us a connection. So connection is now shared connection, new connection. I think. Whoops. Okay. So we can now do Tokyo spawn. No, we have to do all this first, right? And then here. There we go, right? I don't believe you. I believe you just wish you used malware always. Okay, so what do we need to handle input? We need the connection. Okay. Probably shouldn't return a result here, but we have to find a way to deal with this, right? So let's send our input in here, right? Whoops. Why Love instead of Raylib? Because it's a completely different language. Raylib is written in C, C++. So if you're gonna do game dev in C, maybe Raylib is a good choice. Otherwise, it would be the wrong tool for the job, right? There we go. Okay, now we need the word RX in here. Okay. There is Rust bindings. What are you supposed to do with Rust bindings when you want to program Lua, right? I am very confused. WWN, right? You seem to be very confused as well. So we have to probably unfurl this confusion, right? Why do we need Rust bindings for Lua? Tell me, reveal your secrets. What do you know that I don't? What's wrong with C? No one has said there's anything wrong with C. Don't try to sneak in your bullshit here, Wixer, okay? Don't try to sneak that in here. We know what you're up to. I am using Rust. I'm not using Lua. If you know Rust or Lua, you will know that this is neither, right? This is Frust. No, I'm kidding. It's Rust. I was waiting for someone to actually. I was kind of wondering if they were gonna get there themselves, Rensky.
But I can see that the conversation had drawn out a little bit for a little bit too long now. Okay, so we need a stream here. I couldn't bear. Listen, as a streamer, I get very little other stuff going on to entertain myself with, right? I gotta take what I can get, right? Stream dot write all. Do we have a write on the send stream? And then we're gonna write all the entire world here, right? There we go, right? Boom! The world updates are being sent. I think this is it. We now have the server running, accepting play. The only thing we don't have is the player ID, right? This thing, I am unsure of what we're gonna do with, right? I guess what we could do is we could pass the player ID in here straight away, but let's not. Maybe we don't store the player the way we do here, right? Well, here we store player IDs. Oh, biscuits. I think that would be the correct assumption, Rensky. Okay, so how do we get player IDs? The final piece of the puzzle. There are many ways to do this, but the question is, which is the one we're gonna use? Because right now the player ID has no meaning, the way it's written here, right? Squirrels, crab it out. Mollusk, okay. To fish it out. All right, we are at the very precipice of multiplayer gaming now. Very good. They are unique, but whether they're attached to a connection. Although we don't do any connection handling yet. And we don't do that now. Now that's clear that we don't need that. I think player ID might not be what we need. Okay, let's go and look over here. So the thing is, when we get a new player, we send the player. Well, then maybe the player ID isn't actually dictated there. Okay. Then we'll make you into a sparse. That's what we need for the world. Oh no, it's because we can serialize the world. Fine. But then it's just gonna be players in here. Even easier, right? Now we just have to find a way to make... Oh, biscuits. Maybe we just make these things serializable then. Well, no. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. Hang on to your sockets. Sparse player ID. Not serializable. Okay, this is it. My eureka moment has arrived. We're almost there. This is on the client. It's not gonna read the world. Okay. So this is where things are gonna get a little bit different. We're gonna go to shared now. And let's look at the world. Just look at it. Look at the world. This is what we're sending. That's what we're sending. Okay. Although technically that's not a delta yet, but it will be. Ah, nice, nice, nice. Okay. But hang on. We are at least gonna pretend to be somewhat sensible, right? Where did I put the delta then? I put it somewhere else. I put it on the game state, damn it. Wait, what? It's the game that needs to hold it, right? I'm looking at the wrong code. Damn you! It freaking jumped. Oh, I did a stream where me and another streamer, we picked some random programming language. I was using the documentation, he was using AI, and we were supposed to solve the same task. We were supposed to build a web server that could serve up some bullshit. I don't know what it was, right? The language was Crystal. His implementation that used like AI and stuff had... like I think it had like a database connection or whatever, right? And the whole thing. I was just writing plain text over a TCP socket, reading the documentation on how to do that, right? That was kind of fun, though, right? It was fun for me. I don't know how fun it was for him, though. Well, no, I think he enjoyed it though, right? But it was a fun challenge, right? It is obvious that he got there much further using AI, but that kind of just puts emphasis on the whole, do you care about the journey or do you care about the end result, right? Where does the world come from, right? Where is the world defined? Oh, it's down here, you plum. I think this can be written like this now. This is the world delta. That's how we do this. And that has to be immutable. Huh? Is there no it's a mute? There isn't it's a mute. Oh, but why does it's a mute not give us the key? Okay. Well, with detour, not a long one, but a detour nonetheless. Easy fix. Ah, what now? Sender the oh no, that needs to be world delta. Okay. World TX. No. Fiddlesticks. Okay, let's do that then, right? There we go. Halo Effect, Loss of a Kind is a good song, Scott. That sounds exactly like what you're listening to now, maybe if there was music. Okay, so we don't have the player ID yet. So what is going on there? Is it that we don't need it? That's right, we don't need the player ID. Ooh, wait, that might have been a mistake. There we go. Okay, so now we need to insert a player into the world. Okay, where does the bloody player live then? Huh? Where does this player live? In shared, damn it. In shared. And there's no new function? I don't believe that. For long. It is obviously a bad idea to write them into the same, but that's okay. That's it. That's it. We have what I think is the correct thing now. When do we send the state? Okay, so we have to update the world state and then okay, so we need to update the world delta. So self.world delta clear. And then for something in self, actually, let's just do self dot, is it game, the world state dot write delta, write current. Okay, that's it. So we just need a write current here. Done. Okay, I think this is it. I think we're about to be able to run something now. I've probably forgotten a billion things. Let's go to the client and let's give it a... Let's do this in our main function. Let's give it an ID here, right? So let ID equals stud and args skip one next unwrap or 0. Okay. So this is going to be our input ID more than anything, right? Oh my god, why is this so wonky? Player ID is a string. Good enough. Oh, you sheep. There we go. Don't lick it and you'll be fine. Okay, so here is where we have to look at the player ID. Okay. If self.player ID is equal to 0, otherwise we use the keyboard, right? So for 0, we'll use the controller, which should be held like this and no other way. And for anything else, we will use the keyboard, right? So if input dot just pressed, what should we go with? A. No, that's left, so that's -1. So A and D for left and right, and then W and S for up and down, right? Okay, so we now have input handling that we can send. Should we just run this? Let's start the server though, right? Whoopsie. Okay, we might not be entirely done. Let's run this and see where the issue really is. Overflow on time, damn it. Okay, so where do we subtract from time? Okay, that was the culprit. Okay. Missing sprite guy. Okay. That's an easy fix. Yeah, we never made the guy, did we? Wait, there is no... Oh, here we go. Missing Atlas main. Okay. At least these are simple fixes. We're creating a main layer. We're creating a world atlas. Okay, so that's world. But we don't see the guy anywhere. Well, we should probably log when there's a new connection as well. So... Okay, let's just run the code from here. See if we get a new. No, we get nothing. Are we not connecting? Is that what's happening? Yeah, we we never connect, right? This never happens. Okay, so we should probably do that then, right? Connect input RX game TX. Oh wait. No, wait. Why is that sent to the game? Wait, what are you griping about? Okay, there are different types, that's why. Man, like, Rust has soiled itself. Okay, that's World Delta. Okay, so expect input. What is it that you're sending? Is it a shared input you're sending? Yeah. Okay, so it's not a vector. It's a shared input instead. We got a new connection. Although it says connections in plural, which is not right. Okay, we have to set the screen, right? So let's update our camera. I am positively excited by this. Okay. There's our guy. Can he move? No. No, he cannot move. Okay. That's pretty big though. Although something is wrong. And I think my computer just didn't love that. Overflow with subtraction. Okay, so we got that issue again. Sleep. All right, we are definitely one step forward, right? We can't move anything, but at least it's not crashing. So let's log out what we're sending. Let's just log directly on the server. Whoa, did you see that? It actually worked. Damn. I mean, it's a bit on the fast side, but damn, because we don't multiply with any time delta. Shit. All right. Let's do that then. Where do we have the speed? And then here we need to multiply this by delta F32. Holy crap. We are networking, right? Okay. It might not look like it because you're seeing a guy move around at a very poor frame rate, but all right. We only see one. And now nothing is working. Okay, so I think that did not end well. I think it's stuck doing something. Yeah, that is definitely stuck on something. Shit on it. And this thing is also stuck now. Okay. Okay, what did you get stuck on? That is the question. We are so very, very close. We just have to figure out where this is stuck, right? Okay, so where did we get stuck? All right, let's add some debug text. Oh man, I can't believe this is almost got something here, right? God damn, I love programming. Fuck, it's so good. All right, let's create a debug output that we can deal with. Assets, font, name, and text. Okay, so assets, font. Okay, let's place this somewhere meaningful. Okay, now we just have to put this onto the text object. So main text deb set output. Shit, it's not working now. Okay, there's something that happens when we have multiple connections. What is that? I think it's the server getting stuck then, right? It really is, Tom, right? It really is where fun is. Why do we see so many? That's kind of bizarre. Why are we getting like multiple? That would mean that we have multiple sprites. No, it doesn't, you plum. It's the world state that you're receiving that's doing it. I think it breaks now. Yeah, because we have 2. And there's something about that that kind of makes it conk out. But let's see if this thing is a little bit more legible. That's more like it. Oh, man. Okay, so why is it going nuts, right? It sure does, Rensky. Okay, let's do this. Do we get multiple connections now? Whoops. Oh, beans. We can float the window, can we not? We do get a second connection, but that's where it kind of ends. And I think that's where the server dies. Okay, let's have a look at the server. Let's just walk through the code. Let's see if we are blocking anywhere. So we call server run. Here we are waiting for the next connection. So this is not it. And this happens somewhere else. Okay, whenever we tick, let's see what our delta is. Let's store our frame number here. So for every tick, we're gonna bump their number, right? We should probably look at the delta time as well to make sure that we are receiving roughly the right number, right? Okay, that's a bit odd. Why do we have 50 followed by 1? That's clearly a bug. It should be 50 and nothing else. So that's a bug. Okay, let's look at this thing. So frame time and now we tick, that should be basically no time having elapsed. Then we take the frame time minus the time that has elapsed. Why do that? Let's just, I get why you do that, but that's wrong. Let's just pass in the frame time here and skip that. Actually, we're gonna do this. We're gonna take the the time that has elapsed. Hello, Celestial. What's programming without bug? Boring as shit. Okay. So, well, we get the frame time. And we have to subtract the amount of time that has elapsed. That's not right. This is where it goes kind of wrong. We need to go with we need to do this. Although that's also wrong. That should be frame time. How do you prevent teleporting? They don't have, players don't have any control of where they are. They can just send where they want to be, nothing else. Okay, so that's not the issue. Now we're gonna do the same thing on the client. You are only sending directions from the server. But more importantly, why is this thing getting stuck when we run multiple clients? Why is it stuck now? The game keeps taking over. So that's not the issue. Okay, let's log our game loops here as well. Actually, we don't have to. We never get any data here, I think. Whoops. Okay. It's stuck. It got stuck in here somewhere. But on try receive, why? There's nothing blocking in here. Is this blocking? No. Wait. Yes. Yeah. Maybe. We have to drain that faster than we run the game. But we do. Ah, but this thing might cause issues. Is this unbounded? It is unbounded, so that's not the issue. No, it's not peer-to-peer. Yeah, I think so. To my I understand it, you should, if you're making a multiplayer game, make a multiplayer game. If you're making a single player game and you think you're gonna add multiplayer as an afterthought, probably don't do that, right? Because there's a lot. We basically run the entire game on a server. Okay, what does connect do? It's not the issue. Oh man, this is what a ding dong bug to search for, right? Okay, so let's have a frame here. Okay, let's see how this pans out. Get your hot deltas. So this is fine. We get a lot of whoops in here, but that's also okay. Now, if I were to start this somewhere else, let's get rid of this. We don't need this information here, right? It just stops. And we get to frame 0. We never increment. We never do the next one, right? I think I know what the issue is. No, I don't. Or do I? How did that get stuck? It never got here. It was doing this, right? Yeah, it gets stuck in there somewhere. So we get to frame 0. And then we're stuck here somewhere, right? Okay. Time for some good old print line debugging to find out where we are stuck. Three. We never get to 4. Okay. Never mind. We have a bit of a logical discrepancy here, okay? So if the number of players in the world is less than the players we have in our state, then we add sprites. If number of players in the world are larger than what we have here, then we remove them. It's supposed to be the other way around, right? If we have more players in our state, then we need to remove them, not the other way around. Everything is possible, ATG Roy. All right. Are you ready for this? Okay, it got stuck on something again. I don't know what, but we are definitely making progress. We are definitely making progress. Wait, why are both moving? Run and you're supposed to run 0. Okay. Okay, so if we don't have 1, it is 0. So we should call this with 1. Okay, so that's 0 now. Well, that ain't doing anything because the server's not running. Okay. How good is this? Oh my god. we have a multiplayer game. Okay, we got some ways to go. We got interpolation between frames. We've got to save frames and all that. But wow. I say 18, right? Or is it like iBiroll? I don't know, right? Add PvP now. Yes, this is just a foundation, but it is working. Isn't that? I mean, obviously, are you gonna have the account for only 1 year though? Right? That seems like a bad account name. Okay, especially since you had it since 2018. Okay. iBiro, like some kind of expensive Apple pen, right? Okay. Okay. That wasn't too bad considering our my earlier approach, which was just trying to make everything in one sitting instead of building up any kind of intuition, right? Age is just a felony. Deltas all the way, right? We're gonna fix. No, we are sending world deltas, but before we go in, we're actually not sending world deltas. We're sending the entire world state, but we separated the world from the delta. Now we need to make this smooth. Okay, we need to make this thing run a lot smoother, because right now we're running the game at 60 frames per second, but it's kind of shit, right? It looks really shit the way it's being done, because we're only updating the position when in fact we kind of need to lerp the position, right? If we run this and cargo run here, then of course I picked the wrong one there, right? If we do this, you can kind of see how jerky it is, right? And then it gets stuck. Oh, the server got stuck on something. Right, there are some beautiful bugs in here, no doubt, but we can at least do this, okay? This is not running at 60 frames per second. Instead, we need to like keep a history and then lerp between the states, right? And then it gets stuck. And it gets stuck because the connection is lost. That's what it's doing, right? So handle connection, linear interpolation between the states, and we're gonna have more than one state, so we have to do something else, right? And then we can start considering breaking this down into deltas. But by Jove, do we got it? All right, we got it. Now I'm gonna go and make a phone call, so I have to pass you guys on to the ineffable Theo. All right, enjoy his antics. I will be back. Oh my god, what is it doing now? Anyway, I will be back tomorrow where we actually start implementing this stuff.